Welcome to the Living Flag celebration at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine here in Baltimore, Maryland. And now, please welcome your host, Ranger Vince.
Good morning. And on behalf of the National Park Service and the Friends of Fort McHenry, I'd like to welcome you to the only historic shrine in the entire National Park Service. We're going to have more than 6,000 students from all over the state of Maryland here today with us. So you are the first arrivals. You are the first arrivals for the living American flag. And whenever anyone says, what did you do during the bicentennial, the War of 1812, you can say, not only was I in the living flag, but I got there first. My privilege to serve as the host for this Living Flag celebration. There's going to be thousands of people watching online as well. And one thing to think about today when we're in the flag, and that is we talk a lot about history, we study history, but today we are making history. And you're going to be part, that's right, you're going to be making history. 100 years from now, people are going to say, what did they do back then? And folks will have photographs of you, and those pictures are being taken now as we speak. And it is the largest living Star-Spangled Banner flag that has ever been created. There have been larger American flags, but not the 15 star-striped Star-Spangled Banner flag, so this is the largest one ever created. And it's the kickoff for a whole historic week where we're going to commemorate the 200th anniversary of the War of 1812 and the Battle for Baltimore and the writing of the national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner. All right, so are we ready to get started? All right, well, today we're going to be talking a little bit of history, but I want to start a little bit with math, okay? How many of us like math out there? I see a few hands. Okay, that's cool. You know, a lot of times they say, well, math is over here and history's over here, but really, when it comes to learning, you know, science, math, history, English, they're all part of it. It's all part of the experience. So, all right, so one, real easy question. What year is it now? That's right. However, this conflict, it's called the War of... All right, so hold on a minute here. So if we're talking 200 years, and this is 2014, and we're talking about the War of 1812, that's really like 202 years, right? So it's like, how does that work? Well, here's the deal. The War of 1812 wasn't over in 1812. It went into 1813, and it went into 1814. So our state of Maryland really played a critical role during the whole War of 1812. It went on for several years. And in 1814, the British landed in southern Maryland, and they marched on a very important city that's on the banks of the Potomac. Does anybody want to guess what that city was that the British attacked? Anyone over here want to shout out? Yeah. Washington, D.C., which is the capital of the United States. And when the American Army went out, did we win or did we lose that fight? Lost, that's right. Not all the history that we have to say is good news, is it? So the Americans lost the defense of the Capitol, and the British burned the government buildings. They burned the Capitol, they burned the Treasury building, they even burned the President's house, the White House. And then they started to make their way toward Baltimore. And the British planned to attack Baltimore by land and by sea. You always heard by land and by sea. Well, it's by land and by sea. And the land part was at North Point, and by sea, well, standing between the British ships and the city of Baltimore, if you're sailing this way, what's standing in the middle? If you're coming by ship, all right, if you're coming by ship, and you're the British, and you're coming to Baltimore, what stands between you and the city of Baltimore? I'll give you a hint. You're here. Fort McHenry, that's right. All right. And it was during the bombardment of Fort McHenry, and the Americans would win. The British would retreat. That was really the beginning of the end of the War of 1812. And it was the bombardment of Fort McHenry, winning the battle, that enabled Francis Scott Key to write something. What did he write? Which, of course, is the national anthem of the United States. So you're going to hear a lot more about this today. And we're going to have a lot of fun. There's no one that says learning can't be fun. So we're going to have a lot of fun here today, learning about what happened here so long ago, about the bicentennial of the War of 1812, about Fort McHenry. We're going to meet some really cool people. It's really going to be neat. So is everybody ready to get started? All right. So what we do? Woohoo! We're going to get us started with a new game. You've heard a lot of different games out there. Has anyone heard of a game called Wheel of Fortune? Some of you have. All right, well, we got a new game, which is even better, and we're going to call it the Wheel of Fortress. All right. We can see the Wheel of Fortress up there. So every time you hear me say Wheel of Fortress, I want you to scream as loud as you can so they can hear you all the way in West Baltimore. Wheel of Fortress. All right, well, hold on. Well, we can scream, but we want to say the word. So when we say wheel, you say wheel. So I'll say wheel of Fortress. You got it. Is everybody ready to play? All right, here we go. Where are we going here? It's going around and around and around. Aha! Fun Fort Facts. And our first question is, what is huzzah? Now, we have another new invention here today, ladies and gentlemen. We have a huzzah-o-meter here on stage to determine, you can see the huzzah-o-meter right over there, which answer you think is correct. Now, let me tell you this, we got microphones, secret microphones all over this field. So we can hear everyone. So the sounds of your cheers will determine the winner. So I want you to cheer the loudest answer you think is the right one. All right. So you can see if you get louder, 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 we can get the huzzah meter up. Also, and if you get quieter and quieter and quieter, if you get quieter and quieter and quieter, you see the huzzah meter goes down, okay? So that's how it works. All right, now you can cheer, but remember, the word is huzzah, so it has to be really loud. So let's see how the huzzah meter works with the word huzzah. All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's do it. All right, and let's do a midway huzzah just to see if the meter's still working. 1, 2, 3. And then let's do like the quiet huzzah, like a whispered huzzah, to see how the meter drops. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can see, yep, our meter's working. All right. So we said huzzah, we've all yelled it. So here's the multiple choice. What is huzzah? A, is it a slang word meaning who is that? Yes or no? What do you think? Okay, all right. All right, second question. Huzzah is a military cheer from the War of 1812. Well, what's the word then? What's the word you got to yell out? Okay, but we still want to, we got C up there. So how many of us think it is a type of horn? Awful quiet on that one. All right, so the correct answer is B, a military cheer from the early 1800s. As a matter of fact, if you've ever yelled out, "Hoorah!" that was originally "Huzzah." If you ever yelled out, "Hooray!" they used to sometimes say, "Huzzay." We're going to be shouting out "Huzzah" a lot today as we welcome the other students as they come and cheer for our guest performances. So one, let's make sure that meter's still working. Let's make sure that we all got it down. One, we're going to yell "Huzzah." We got some new folks that just arrived. 1, 2, 3, huzzah. All right. Now, we got another question coming up for everybody. Are we ready for another question? All right. So here is the question. What is a rampart? All right, one, a rampart. Remember, yell "Huzzah" if you think that the answer is right. So A rampart is a way to get on the highway. No, that meter's looking pretty lame out there. Okay. Second is a rampart is graffiti on a half pipe. Some, okay, the meter went up a little bit, Or maybe it is C, a rampart is the wall of the fort. Huzzah! There you go. And it is indeed C, the wall of the fort. You can see the walls of the fort. So when Francis Scott Key wrote, "O'er the ramparts we watched," remember, he was on a ship about 4 miles that direction on the other side of the fort down the river, which we call the Patapsco River. If you live in Baltimore City, a lot of local people call it the Patapsco River. And looking up that river, he could see the walls of the fort, which are also known as the ramparts, right? And then he wrote, "Over the rampart we watched." C is correct. Although I will say that graffiti on a half pipe is pretty funny. All right, we're doing a great job, and we want to keep hearing from you all morning. So I got some help. Here you go, Huzzah, there you go. Because we got some new arrivals. Oh, they're coming in. Let's just give them a huzzah because they just got off the bus. We want to make them welcome. Hip, hip, huzzah! All right. But now we also have a reporter. We have a number of reporters out here at this history-making occasion, and we got our famous student reporter from the Baltimore School for the Arts, my friend Markia Washington. Let's give it up, a big huzzah for Markia Washington. Hip, hip.
Hi,
huzzah.
Vince.
Hey, Markia, how's it going out there?
Hi, Vince. It's going great. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good.
Great.
All right, she's going to be asking some questions throughout the day, so keep an eye out there, keep an eye out there. And now we're going to go back to some serious fort business. Serious fort business. All right. So here's a little bit of a story. What was this War of 1812? How many of us like stories, like people telling us stories and stuff? Maybe I see some hands out there, whether they're bedtime stories or whatever. A lot of us like stories. So this is the story of what started the War of 1812. All right. In the about a little more than 200 years ago, the British were stealing American sailors from our ships and forcing them into the British Navy. And that was going on for over 10 years. And no American sailor was safe. So imagine you, and you're close in age to the ages of those American sailors who sailed out of these ports, like the port of Baltimore. Can anyone think of another city along the East Coast that would have had a lot of ships and sailors in it? Maybe my group over there, I see the hand up. Yeah, yell her out. Another city. That's right, Philadelphia is another one. Another one is up in Delaware called Wilmington. So these American sailors were going to sea, and the British were stopping American ships and stealing our sailors and forcing them into the British Navy. And they call that impressment. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, was that right? No. Well, that was kind of a quiet no. I mean, we did declare war against the British for impressment, so that should be a real louder no. We got to stick up for the rights of our sailors. Ladies and gentlemen, the British stealing of American sailors and forcing them into the British Navy. Is that right? No. All right. And the British were also stealing cargoes, goods that we were trying to ship to other nations, stealing our stuff, stealing our ships. Was that right? No. So you can see why the conflict was building and leading our two countries to this war of... I think we got some of the best history students in the state of Maryland here this morning. So the United States declared war against the British in the year 1812. But was our Navy really big? Who had the bigger Navy back then? Back in those days? The Americans or the British? What do you say? The British, very good. So the British had a big Navy, so you know what the United States did? We had to use like private ships. The Navy didn't have enough ships to go around, so folks that owned a ship, what they could do is they could take it to sea and then prey on the British merchant ships. So they called these privateers. And privateers were really fast schooners owned by private individuals. They were fast and they could get to sea very quickly. Now, some people may have called them pirates, but they wreaked havoc on the British trade. So, do you think that the privateers that were coming from Baltimore that were sinking a lot of the British ships, the British got pretty angry? So do you think the British wanted to come to Baltimore and destroy the city? You bet they did. And that's why they picked Baltimore, because of the shipyards in Baltimore. And that's how the British were going to strike back. They figured if they could destroy the city of Baltimore, destroy the docks, destroy the shipyards, then that would solve the privateer problem. But that didn't really work out so well. Now, I can tell you about the privateer ships, but we're here on land. So what I want to do is you may say, well, Ranger Vince, what did those ships look like? When you said they were fast, how fast were they? So what I want to do is I want to show you on the big screen here what those famous Baltimore privateer ships, those armed schooners that preyed on the British merchant ships that sunk and destroyed so many British ships, I want to show you what they look like. So let's look on the screen.
Fire in the hole!
In 1776, the 13 upstart American colonies declared themselves independent from their former masters, the British Empire.
We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America in General Congress assembled, do solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states.
This action, of course, precipitated a war with Britain. Much to the world's amazement, the Americans won. In 1789, the fledgling United States of America ratified a new Constitution and set out on its unprecedented journey of freedom and independence. Although George Washington counseled the new nation to avoid foreign entanglements, such was not to be the case. The new nation, with its back hard against a hostile mountain range, faced the sea. By the fate of geography, America always was and always will be a seafaring nation. Further, the grand sweep of world politics pulled the reluctant nation into the maelstrom of European affairs. From the time of America's birth, France and Great Britain had been at war. With the rise of Napoleon in France in 1803, hostilities became even more intense. Both superpowers tried to prevent third parties from trading with the other. America, as the largest neutral power on the sea, was severely impacted and her commerce curtailed. Further, the British assumed the right of stopping and boarding American ships to search for possible defectors from the Royal Navy. Many American seamen were impressed into the British Navy with no recourse or appeal. In response to these intrusions on American sovereignty in 1807, President Thomas Jefferson imposed an embargo on all shipping to or from France and England. As a result of Jefferson's embargo, the American economy plunged dramatically. With the election of a new president, James Madison, in 1809, and a new set of congressional war hawks from western states, pressure to do something to uphold American honor and restore her trade grew. On June 18, 1812, President Madison declared war on Great Britain, in part to preserve free trade and sailors' rights. Thus began the War of 1812, sometimes called America's Second War for Independence. At the time of the declaration of war, the United States Navy consisted of 16 vessels. Her enemy, Great Britain, had the largest and most powerful naval force in the history of the world. It numbered over 600 warships with thousands of cannon. In order to augment his woefully inadequate navy, President Madison issued letters of marque and reprisal. Such a letter allowed a shipowner to build or convert an existing merchant ship into an armed raider. These privately owned vessels were then free to attack British commercial shipping and take them as prizes of war. The idea was to weaken the enemy through guerrilla-like raids on her commerce, rather than frontal military assaults on her all but impregnable navy. The tactic worked. Ship owners, builders, and captains around Chesapeake Bay quickly seized the opportunity for entrepreneurial gain. They designed and built ocean-going versions of the vessels that had proved so useful in bay commerce in earlier generations. The ships were fast and maneuverable schooners with intimidatingly raked masts that could outrun the lumbering British warships. They were armed with as many as 18 cannon. These sleek and beautiful Chesapeake-built schooners came to be known as Baltimore Clippers, since so many were built in the shipyards of Baltimore, and because of their speed, they clipped time off each voyage they took. The privateers successfully preyed on British commercial ships which they took as prizes. These prizes were auctioned off along with their cargo at great profit to owners, captains, and crew. The spoils were divided according to a predetermined system. Everyone got a share, down to the lowliest cabin boy. American privateers from Chesapeake Bay and New England captured or sank over 1,700 British merchant vessels during the War of 1812. Their success was one of the primary reasons the British launched the Chesapeake Campaign, a final effort to
clean out that nest of pirates.
As the Times of London called Baltimore, the birthplace of the notorious Baltimore Clipper privateers. After Napoleon's ignominious defeat at Moscow in 1813, British forces were released for an all-out offensive against America. Sir Alexander Cochrane, Vice Admiral of His Majesty's fleet on the North American station, proclaimed,
"I do, by virtue of the power and authority in me vested, declare the ports, harbors, bays, creeks, rivers, inlets, outlets, islands, and seacoasts of the said United States of America to be in a state of strict and rigorous blockade."
Cochrane then clamped shut the Atlantic seacoast of the fledgling nation with an impressive armada of warships to enforce the blockade. In late summer, British land and sea forces mustered in Bermuda, then set sail for the Chesapeake to implement the Chesapeake Campaign. Their first target, the tidewater areas of Maryland and Virginia. Within 5 days of their arrival in southern Maryland, British land and sea forces destroyed an American flotilla of gunboats. On August 24th, they defeated the American Army at Bladensburg, Maryland, and marched into Washington, where they burned the U.S. Capitol and White House. Their next stop, Baltimore, the prize of the Chesapeake. Their goal, to burn and destroy the shipyards of Fells Point that built the troublesome Baltimore Clippers. In September 1814, British forces attacked Baltimore for 3 days by land and by sea. Maryland lawyer-poet Francis Scott Key witnessed the naval battle from the deck of an American truce vessel just behind enemy lines. After 25 hours of heavy bombardment from British warships, Key spotted by dawn's early light the American flag still flying over the ramparts of Fort McHenry. That meant that Baltimore had been successfully defended. Inspired by the sight of the great flag, Key wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, the poem that was shortly put to music and later became our national anthem. As the British were burning Washington, maritime history was taking shape off the coast of Great Britain. In August 1814, Captain Thomas Boyle, master of Chasseur, the most successful of the privateers, sailed directly to England from New York. He felt sure he would have more success as a privateer in Britain's own waters than he would in the Caribbean, where other privateers prowled for prey. On that voyage, Chasseur set out with 135 men, most of whom would eventually be put on captured vessels that they would sail back home to Baltimore for auction as prizes of war, since the British had issued a naval blockade of America with 30 warships. Boyle decided to issue a blockade of the British Isles with his own ship, Chasseur. He had a notice posted on the door of Lloyd's of London, then as now the most important naval insurance company in Britain.
I, therefore, by virtue of the power and authority in me vested, declare all the ports, harbors, bays, creeks, rivers, inlets, outlets, islands, and seacoasts of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland in a state of strict and rigorous blockade.
This proclamation caused panic among the merchants and shipowners of London and Glasgow, and great embarrassment for the Admiralty. Despite their best efforts at catching the rogue privateer, Boyle and the seamen of Chasseur captured or sank 18 British vessels during his single-ship blockade. When Chasseur returned to her home port of Baltimore in spring 1815, she did so amid the cheers of citizens who had lined the shores of Fells Point, her birthplace. The editor of the Niles Weekly Register wrote,
"The Chasseur, the pride of Baltimore, arrived at Baltimore on Saturday evening last and saluted Fort McHenry. She is perhaps the most beautiful vessel that ever floated on the ocean."
After the War of 1812, no more Baltimore clippers were built. The design factors that made them so successful as privateers in war, their sharp-built hulls, their jauntily raked masts, along with their speed and maneuverability, were the same factors that led to their demise. They simply had too little cargo space for peacetime use. No more Baltimore clippers were built, that is, until 1976, when the city of Baltimore sought to recapture its own maritime heritage by building a replica ship as its icon. That the reproduction should be an 1812-era Baltimore clipper, and that it should be named Pride of Baltimore, was all but self-evident to those familiar with Chesapeake Bay maritime history. The original Pride of Baltimore sailed for 9 years, visiting 125 ports in America, Canada, the Caribbean, and Europe as the goodwill ambassador from the city of Baltimore and the Chesapeake region. Then Mayor William Donald Schaefer declared in his commissioning remarks,
Pride of Baltimore will be a tribute to its port, its shipbuilding industry, the magnificent redevelopment of this great city, and the sense of determination of all Baltimoreans to preserve the important traditions of our past.
Tragically, Pride was lost in 1986, along with her captain and 3 crew members, in a white squall 300 miles north of Puerto Rico. However, the maritime tradition of Chesapeake Bay is alive and vibrant today in the fully filled sails of Pride of Baltimore II, the successor ship to the original Pride. Since her commissioning in 1988, Pride II has visited all coasts of the U.S., Hawaii, Alaska, the Far East, the Great Lakes, and Europe. Now owned by the state of Maryland and managed by the nonprofit organization Pride of Baltimore Incorporated, Pride II carries out her triple mission of making friends, encouraging trade and tourism, and offering unique educational opportunities for for students of Maryland and the world through the Internet. As the Goodwill Ambassador from the state of Maryland and the Port of Baltimore, Pride of Baltimore II welcomes visitors aboard wherever she travels to share the rich and fascinating maritime heritage of Chesapeake Bay as a faithful reproduction of a Baltimore Clipper privateer from the War of 1812.
All right. That was pretty cool, wasn't it? You know, as Marylanders, we live around the water. What is the name of the great bay that is in the center of our state of Maryland? It's called the Chesapeake Bay. Very good. And so really, ships sailing is part about being a Marylander, part about living in this area. And we talked about the War of 1812 and what they called free trade and sailors' rights. So what I want all of us to do is when I say free trade, you yell out free trade, and when I yell out sailors' rights, you yell out sailors' rights. Can you do that? All right, so the rallying cry for the War of 1812 was free trade and sailors' rights. Let's give that one more time because I think we got a sailor from the War of 1812 that would like to talk to us a little bit. So let's go ahead and do that. Free trade! Sailors' rights! All right, well, we're really honored that we have Sailor Morgan here, who's going to talk to us a little bit about what it was like to have been on one of those ships during the War of 1812.
Thank you, Ranger Vince.
Good to see you, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good morning, Baltimore.
Let's give a big huzzah for Sailor Morgan. Hip, hip.
Good morning, Baltimore.
Come on, you get louder than that. That ain't even gonna make the huzzah meter. Hip, hip. Huzzah. All right. Sailor Morgan, now I want to know, you're a sailor and everything. Why did you join up?
Well, growing up near the Chesapeake Bay, I always knew my way around the waters. Yeah. And when I got older, I started working in the shipyard in Fells Point. Oh boy, there were so many black folk working on that shipyard. And just to see the fine schooners they built, that's when I decided that I wanted to go to sea. Now, we didn't have ships as big as the British, but they were fast. Thought I'd have some adventure in some foreign lands.
So you wanted to kind of get away from it all and have some fun and something to tell your kids, grandkids, or whatever.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty neat. Now, the one thing is, it's pretty dangerous when you sail out there. I mean, when you go into the Navy and on the privateer ships and sail away, you don't know really where you're going to go and you get shot. What does your family think about that?
Well, I do have some family that are free folk living in Baltimore, but some of the rest are still in slavery. Now, I hear that some of the slaves are joining the British.
Really?
Said that the English have promised them freedom, but I don't know if I trust that. See, I've lived in Maryland my whole life, and even though I want to travel, I still want to come back home to my family when the voyage is done. I think that when the war is over and people really realize how hard we work to defend our country, things will change.
And that flag will be the flag of the free.
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you this, are there a lot of African-American sailors like going out and sailing on these ships and stuff?
I think that we've got the most African-American sailors than any city in the United States. I mean, we've got some working in the Navy, and we even have some sailing on the privateer ships. If you capture a British merchant ship, you get a share, just a share of the money from the goods. That's where the prize is. If I have enough money, I may even free some of my family who are still in slavery. Now, one thing you have to remember is that being on sea was very different. I mean, you had the captain and his crew, and that was it, no matter what color you are. I've even heard the captain say that some of his black sailors were among his best.
Really?
It's like we have our own language.
Language? Well, what do you mean language? You mean like different words and stuff, or what do you mean?
Well, we call ourselves, you ready for this? The Blackjacks.
The Blackjacks?
Yes, sir. We call
card
ourselves
game.
the Blackjacks because we like to sing chancy sea songs together to help us put up the sails on the ship. And if we need to contact another crew member on deck, we use the whistle. And if, in fact, we need to contact another ship, we use the semaphore flags.
A semaphore? I don't know that word. And I know some of the townsfolk out here be interested in what do you mean when they say semaphore?
Well, I can tell you that it's a system that we use to spell out words. Only instead of using letters, we use different signals and shapes of the flag.
So you use a flag to spell out words?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because they don't have like radios or anything like that back then, so you gotta do something.
And it's best to see it from a far distance. It's like our own secret language. And some flags even have their own meaning, such as enemy on sight. And many different countries have different code books, just so you know your enemy doesn't know what you're saying.
So you use flags called semaphore to communicate, and there's secret symbols behind it, like a secret code that the enemy can't figure out.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So do you really think you're gonna win a war doing that kind of stuff?
Well, you know, the British do have very powerful warships. And you know, they're fighting with Napoleon over in France and all, but our Navy isn't that big. Now, don't get me wrong, we have won many battles up in the Great Lake because we hold our own. But we're not fighting for some king of the thrones. We're fighting for the freedom of our country. And now others do fight harder than some, I say so myself. But that's what it comes down to, the freedom of our country.
Yeah, and you know, it's not just how many ships you got, it's the spirit of those who serve on those ships.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I think you seem like a well-spirited man. With a man like you, Morgan, I think we're going to win this war.
I hope so.
All right, what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? You think with sailors like Morgan, we're going to win this war of 1812? Yalla, huzzah!
Thank you, Ranger Vince.
Good job, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I wish you luck. Capture a lot of British ships.
I surely will.
All right. Now, I know we're listening to Sailor Morgan. So, are we ready for another round of, remember, you got to say it with me, here we go. Wheel of Fortress! All right. Repeat after me. Let's play Wheel of Fortress! Let's see where it lands. It's going around and around. Ooh. Well, it looks like the category says Sailor Says. Well, it's a good thing because we just talked to that sailor. We just heard from Sailor Morgan. He was a sailor during the War of 1812, and he told us that, remember, signal flags were a way that the ships could identify themselves to send messages on the high seas and communicate each other. And he talked about the importance, and I asked him about this word called semaphore. So, we're going to ask the question, what is semaphore? All right, so let's look here. No fair asking the active duty naval people that are standing here today, like you, because I know you know what it is. All right, so what is semaphore? Is it a flag system that spells out the letters in each word like a code? Yell out huzzah if you think that's right. All right. Is semaphore another word for the number 2? No, as you can see, it's just dropping. Or is semaphore a delicious treat made out of graham crackers and marshmallows? All right, so here, is semaphore the flag system, or is it the graham crackers and marshmallows? All those who say flag system, yell out huzzah! All those who yell out, who think it's the graham crackers and the marshmallows, yell out huzzah! All right, well, it's the flag system. If you yelled huzzah when we said flag system, you were right. It's a flag system that spells out a letter in each word. And a signalman on a ship could send a message of any length just by spelling out the letters using the flags. And let's look here. Look on the screen there. You can see A, B, C, D, E, F. So by holding the flags and waving them a certain way, you could spell out letters. Now, for those of you that thought it was the graham crackers and the chocolate, that's not a semaphore, that's a sema-s'more. If you've ever had s'mores when you camped, that's a sema-s'more, but we're talking about semaphore. All right. We're doing great out there. Let's spin the wheel and see what comes up next. See where we're going here. Film trivia, no. Ooh, Music Madness. How many of us like music out there? All right, so the next category, as we said, is Music Madness. And we've got the Baltimore Brass. Stand up a little bit. Let's acknowledge the Baltimore Brass right here. And they're going to give us some musical answers to a question. Let's have let's have 3 huzzahs for the Baltimore Brass. Hip, hip. Huzzah. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. All right. All right, so I got a really important question for you all. All right, here we go. Now, today, music is really, really important to all of us. And we all know that Fort McHenry is associated with a very, very special song. Now, what I want you to hear, I got a question. Which piece of music was used like, not necessarily officially, but used like our national anthem, like for the very first? So when our country was just starting out, what piece of music was played like our national anthem? All right? So there's 3 pieces of music you're going to hear. And these 3 pieces of music, which one of the 3 was used when the country first began in its earliest days like a national anthem? All right, so here's the first choice. It's this piece called Hail Columbia. Maybe we have a school from Columbia, Maryland here or coming here. Columbia is kind of like the United States. So here's the first piece of music. Was this piece of music used in the early days as the oldest piece of music used like a national anthem in our country? Which one was used first? All right, here we go. Hail Columbia. So like I said, the very first song our country used like a national anthem, choice, was it Hail Columbia? I don't know. But we have another piece of music that they used to play back in the old days too. And it was called Yankee Doodle. Has anyone heard that before? Have you heard that name, Yankee Doodle? Yell out huzzah if you heard Yankee Doodle sometime in your life before. All right. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and then if maybe some of you have heard it, maybe some of you haven't. So let's hear the Baltimore Brass play Yankee Doodle. That was another piece of music that was played a lot for the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, Yankee Doodle. Yankee Doodle! All right, so like the question was, what was the first song used like our national anthem? And is it Hail Columbia, the first one they played? Was it Yankee Doodle that they just played? Or was it this next piece that they're going to play called the Star Spangled Banner? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Baltimore Brass will now play the Star Spangled Banner. So here's the question now. When the country was very, very young, before the War of 1812, what piece of music of those three did we use like a national anthem? If you think it was the first one, Hail Columbia, yell out huzzah! How are we doing on that meter there? All right. If you think it was Yankee Doodle, yell out huzzah! And if you think it was the Star Spangled Banner, yell out huzzah! Okay, I think, okay, we ruled out Hail Columbia. The huzzah meter clearly showed that we did not have enough huzzahs in the tank to win on that one. So, and that's true, Hail Columbia was not. So, which one is older? Which one was used like our first national anthem before the War of 1812? Was it Star Spangled Banner or Yankee Doodle? Now, which one do you think? That's right, because guess what? If it's before the War of 1812, Francis Scott Key didn't write the Star Spangled Banner yet. So you know it couldn't be that one, and you got it right, and the answer was... Very good. Thank you, Baltimore Brass. Let's give it up for the Baltimore Brass. All right. Now, for those of you who just joined us online, those of us just arrived, welcome to the Living Flag celebration here at Fort McHenry. If you just joined us online, thank you for watching. To those of us standing right here, remember we talked about the privateers and the bombardment, the battle. It was raining, the British firing big bombs and shells. If you were here 200 years ago, you would see the rockets streaking over the fort. You would hear the boom and the explosions of the bombs and rockets over the fort. And so what I want to do is we want to see what it's, I want your opinion. We want to know what it was like. What do you think it was like to be right here with the British Navy and all those ships sailing to Baltimore? And so where's reporter Markia?
Hey, Ranger Vince, I'm right here.
Huzzah!
Hey, Ranger Vince. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing very, very well up here.
All right, great. So I'm here with 5 students from KIPS school, and they're going to tell you what they think life was like 200 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, so tell us your name and what you think life was like.
My name is DeAndre, and I think life 200 years ago was like tough and unknowing. Because they didn't know like what was going to happen, when war was going to happen. And that's it.
All right.
Shout.
Thank you. All right, so tell us your name and what you think life was like 200 years ago.
My name's Caleb. I think life was like 200 years ago was, there are a lot of wars and battles over the years, and it was a lot of struggle throughout the time.
Thank you. All right, your name?
Nyla.
Okay, tell us what you think life was like 200 years ago.
I believe life was like miserable because they had many diseases and they didn't have the technology that we have today.
And how about you?
My name is Kendra, and I think that the people like 200 years ago, they were like really dependent because it wasn't a lot of jobs. It wasn't a really good equality. You always had to depend on somebody like to provide for your whole family.
Thank you. All right, and last but not least, tell us your name and what you think life was like 200 years ago.
My name is Corinne. I think life 200 years ago was like sad and depressing because it was like they didn't know what was going on.
Thank you. All right, so back. These guys, they told you what they thought about life 200 years ago. Back to you, Ranger Vince.
Very well. Well, I'll tell you what, we found out from them, from the modern day, what they thought life would be like 200 years ago. But let's go ahead and meet a citizen from the city of Baltimore from 200 years ago. And we have one of our citizens right here today, Nora Worthington. Let's have a big huzzah for one of the citizens of Baltimore, Nora Worthington. Huzzah!
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I think I may be doing better than you are doing currently. Can you tell me what the situation is like in Baltimore?
Well, ever since the British have burned Washington, the citizens of Baltimore have been preparing for their arrival here. We could see the flames of the federal city burning right from our own Federal Hill. There was a glow in the sky. So it was very terrifying. But we will be better prepared than those fellows down in Washington, I can assure you. With Major General Sam Smith in charge, this city will be ready. Why, in my own tavern, I've seen the preparations going for the defense of Baltimore. Our Committee of Vigilance and Safety has made sure that we will be prepared.
So the Committee of Vigilance and Safety, tell me a little bit, what's that, vigilance and safety? What do they mean when they say vigilance and stuff?
Well, that's a group of businessmen, not just businessmen. There's everyday workers in there as well, a bricklayer, a cabinet maker, even a butcher. And this is a committee of people who get together to make sure that our city stays safe. And they're telling the citizens where to go and what to do to plan the defenses of the city. So everyone's had to bring pickaxes and wheelbarrows to build up the earthworks at Hampstead Hill. And of course, all those people need to be fed. Everyone has to do their part. Why, I've seen slaves working next to their masters and the free colored people of Baltimore reporting to help as well. We all have to do something. And then there's the militia. The militia have been reporting to the Hill to train and to drill and to practice. And that's where my son is. He's part of that defense.
So you would say your son is a citizen soldier?
Most definitely. We all have to stand as part of the defenses of the city.
And folks are digging in for a tough fight?
Absolutely. We just don't know whether they'll approach by land or by sea. And so the fort has to be ready, and the defenses on the north side of the city have to be ready as well.
Well, I know you said your son's here, but I also saw like dust clouds. I guess some people were fleeing the town. Like some people didn't want to fight, and they were like chickening out and loading up silverware and getting out of town. Are you going to stay, or are you going to be like those other folks who chickened out and went out?
I thought of leaving, I have to be honest with you, because it is terrifying, and I've seen many of my neighbors and many people loading their belongings and their clothing into the carts to take them out of the city. But you see, I have my livelihood to protect. I have my tavern, and since my husband passed away, that's my business. And if I lose that, I would lose a degree of freedom. So I think I would probably want to stay. Now, I've heard that the postmaster is even considering moving the post office of Baltimore to Ellicott Mills for safety. But I think to protect my freedom, I would want to stay. You know, I think there's a fierceness in a nation of free men standing to defend their own homes. So I might not wear a uniform, but the men on the Hill, they know that the women of the city are standing right behind them in defense as well. And we'll have faith in our citizen soldiers, won't we?
We certainly will. You own your own business. And I think when, in future history, when the historians write what you did, they'll say the women contributed just as much as the men did.
Well, I should certainly hope so.
Very good. I have confidence that we're going to pull it through.
Me too. Thank
Citizen?
you. Good day to you, sir.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Citizen Worthington! All right, we got some more folks with us here now. Living Flag students and teachers are arriving by the busload. So on behalf of the National Park Service and the Friends of Fort McHenry, I want a big huzzah. We're going to huzzah these schools that have just come. I want a huzzah for Violetville. Hip, hip. Huzzah for Patterson Park. Hip, hip. Huzzah. Is Patterson Park out there somewhere? Yes, they are. A huzzah for Greenbrier. Hip, hip. Huzzah for Eldersburg! Hip hip! Huzzah for Dublin! Hip hip! Huzzah for Pershing Hill! Huzzah for Robert Goddard, the French Immersion School! That was a huzzah in French, man! Le huzzah! A huzzah for Thomas Johnson. And of course, when you work at Fort McHenry, I have to say, of all the schools, your home team is the one that's only a mile down the road, and that's Francis Scott Key Elementary. Let's have a big huzzah for Francis Scott Key Elementary. Huzzah! All right. And for those watching online, I'm glad that you've joined us virtually. Now, 200 years ago, Fort McHenry was an active fort, an active military base defending this harbor and the city of Baltimore. And today, Fort McHenry is a national park that's run by the National Park Service, which is part of your federal government. And more than 750,000 visitors come to see this fort every year. And it's a great way to learn about our country's history and the battle that inspired Francis Scott Key to write the Star-Spangled Banner. We're going to have about 7,000 folks coming here today. And would you say that Fort McHenry is a very special place? Yes or no? And let me ask you this. Would you say that it's more fun to learn about history in the classroom or to go to the places where the history was made? Go to the places where the history was made. Now, at one time, this fort was run by soldiers and protected the city from invasion. And today it's run by park rangers like me who protect the fort and these treasures for a lot of other generations. So let's take a look. Let's take a look and find out what the National Park Service, you see the hat, you see the uniform, you see the colors of gray and green, but what is, when we see our colors out here, the sky is gray and the grass is green. So the weather today is National Park Service weather. I want everyone to say gray with me. 1, 2, 3, gray. 1, 2, 3, green. Gray and green. So let's explore the National Park Service.
I joined the service because I believe in the mission and because I want to see this land preserved.
As far as you can see, this is the homeland of our people.
I think we have to be worried about the future of anything that really takes a strong vigilance to protect.
I think it is a travesty that the National Park Service ever considers itself a land management agency. It is an agency that manages ideas and ideals.
We tell the stories, American people. We tell the stories of the tribal people. We tell the stories of all the people.
There's something about wilderness that modern man needs.
It's just a great mission. I love the idea of protecting, that natural world.
Through picturesque North Gate, we enter Yellowstone National Park. Since the beginning of time, nature has carried on the never-ending creation of fantastic wonders in Yellowstone National Park.
Keep this one great wonder of nature as it is now.
There were special places that needed to be preserved.
Keep it for your children and your children's children.
The defining moment is clearly the establishment of Yellowstone National Park in 1872.
And for all who come after us as the one great sight that every American should see.
The park idea is it's beneficial to a society to set aside large tracts of natural land.
As we'll leave them unimpaired for future generations.
There had been the beginnings of a historic preservation movement in this country, and this was part of the expansion of the Park Service.
Nothing can replace the feel of a historic site.
The artifacts are documents. They tell us something about ourselves, how we live, what's important to us.
The lady is beautiful. She's a symbol of freedom in America.
Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to be free.
They're our future generation. They're the ones that's going to be helping to preserve these sites, in times to come.
The United States
became the United States right here.
It's rather a moving experience to actually see where it all happened.
The presidency was born
that
here.
All men are created equal. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The very center, the very core of what it means to be an American.
Going to a monument and understanding the history and the sacrifice that went into the reason that that monument's there.
As I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master. This expresses my idea of democracy.
Historic places have power because they're real, because they're authentic.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
When I came to the wall and touched that wall, I felt my friends in there. I know they're here in spirit.
Each national park is a story, and the stories have the meaning of the American people. There's not a lot that binds us all together. One of the things that does are these parks.
And I'm not worried about the future of the Park Service as an agency as much as I am about the parks.
One of the wonderful things about the national park idea is that it's never done. Work's never finished.
Later, we have a commander of Fort McHenry too, but we don't call that person the commander or the major. That's called the superintendent. So, like a big huzzah from my boss, the person that runs the show here at Fort McHenry, Tina Capetta! Huzzah!
Good morning. On behalf of the National Park Service and the Friends of Fort McHenry, we're so grateful that you're here today with us, making history once again at Fort McHenry. Welcome to everyone who's watching us online. I've had the privilege of working for the National Park Service for 26 years in some pretty awesome places. How many of you have been to other national parks? Any place where you've seen one of these? Really? How many of you have been to other national parks? All right, good, a lot of you. So keep track of these. I'm going to tell you all the different places that I've worked. How many of you have ever been to Gettysburg? Gettysburg National Military Park. I've worked at Colonial National Historical Park. Look at all those. Look at all those stars up there. Colonial National Historical Park in Yorktown and Jamestown, Virginia. Jean Lafitte National Historical Park and Preserve in New Orleans, giving tours in the swamps with alligators. Booker T. Washington National Monument in Virginia. Jewel Cave National Monument in South Dakota, the C&O Canal here in Maryland, Women's Rights National Historical Park in Seneca Falls, New York, where women first said they wanted the right to vote, Hampton National Historic Site here in Maryland, and of course, right here at Fort McHenry. So every one of these parks and monuments have a unique and special story, and each one is important enough to our country to be saved for generations to come. All of us who work for the National Park Service are proud to know that what we do will ensure that your children and your children's children will get to enjoy these places that tell the story of our country's history and natural wonders. One of the things that we're most proud of here at Fort McHenry is our new visitor center. Have any of you ever been here before? Yeah? Have any of you ever gone in our visitor center before? Yeah, well, one of the things that we're really proud of is our new movie. So let's take a look at that.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Powerful words from our national anthem. They speak to our American identity and are woven into our national flag. Timeless words written by one man, Francis Scott Key, about one flag at one moment. September 14th, 1814, here at Fort McHenry. In 1812, the storm clouds of war had gathered over a young United States as the nation pitted itself once more against the might of the British Empire. For 2 years, the conflict wore on, from the British colonies of Canada to America's southern coast and out across the high seas. To draw off U.S. forces from Canada and damage America's economy and morale, the British Navy attacked and blockaded the nation's East Coast heartland. Up and down the Chesapeake Bay they raided, destroying towns and farms and spreading fear. Then, in August 1814, disaster. The invading British seized Washington, D.C., and burned the nation's capital. A citizen soldier of Baltimore spoke for many.
Every American heart is bursting with shame and indignation at the catastrophe.
And Baltimore hearts were also full of anxiety, for they feared they would be next.
Citizens of Baltimore, take heed. The British fleet approaches. Admiral Colburn has declared that he will burn this nest of pirates. If you can, flee the city. Take your valuables. Protect your families, gentlemen.
As Baltimore braced itself, a young Maryland lawyer, Francis Scott Key, embarked on a diplomatic mission to free a prisoner of war, sailing right into the heart of the approaching British fleet. But with their attack on Baltimore imminent, the British detained Key amidst their massing warships. On the outskirts of Baltimore, citizens, men and women, militia, and regular troops desperately prepared defenses. They dug almost a mile of earth entrenching and waited with bated breath. On September 12th, British soldiers landed at North Point, where a bloody battle with Maryland militia failed to halt their march towards Baltimore. However, the British could not tackle the city's earthwork defenses and troop reinforcements without their Navy's help. The next day, the British bomb ships would open up their main assault with a ferocious bombardment. Their target, Fort McHenry. They had to knock out the fort to bring their ships in range of the city. The fate of Baltimore now lay in the hands of the fort's defenders.
Move quickly there!
1,000 soldiers frantically prepared for battle, knowing they were the last defense to thwart the British. With the enemy in their sights, the men awaited the inevitable, a bombardment from the world's most formidable navy. Then the attack began as the British fleet pounded the fort with rockets and mortar shells. Day turned into rain-soaked night. But still, the British bombs and rockets thundered over the fort, exploding deadly shrapnel in all directions. The fort's defenders were, in the words of one citizen soldier, like pigeons tied by the legs to be shot at. The American artillery answered the British with desperate return fire. But would it be enough? Baltimore's citizens watched in panic through the night. One recalled,
"The attack on Fort McHenry was distinctly seen from Federal Hill, and from the tops of houses which were covered with men, women, and children."
Early next morning, September 14th, the British guns finally fell silent. A huge flag was raised above the fort, but whose? Through the long night, Francis Scott Key had been forced to watch the bombardment from among the enemy fleet.
Not at all.
Nothing.
Now, he strained to see the flag in the dawn's early light.
It's ours, Mr. Skinner.
Jose, we've won!
It's ours.
Inspired by their courage, Key wrote down a few lines. "'Tis the star-spangled banner, oh long may it wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave." As the British withdrew, Key returned to Baltimore, where his words soon found music and a publisher, and the Star-Spangled Banner was born. It captured a defiant, patriotic spirit and spread rapidly across the nation, pouring new life into the national flag as a symbol of American identity. The popularity of the song and the flag grew during the years that followed. The Star-Spangled Banner eventually became the official anthem of the United States in 1931. Inspired by the brave defense of Fort McHenry, Francis Scott Key's words and the flag they so memorably portray are now woven into our sense of national identity. These words still resonate as loudly today as the glaring rockets and bursting bombs of 1814.
All right, we show that film every half hour. And when it ends, sometimes you see people like crying and you see tears coming down their cheeks when that movie is over. And the lyrics to the Francis Scott Key Star Spangled Banner are really part of the fabric of our lives. And when you go home, there'll be an occasion where you'll hear that anthem and you can remember this day when you were here. And while we're talking about those who are going to be here, we've had some new arrivals. The buses are still coming in. Let's have a big huzzah for Spring Garden, Georges Creek, Rockledge, Portstown, and Grove Park. Hip hip, huzzah! Hip hip, huzzah! Hip hip, huzzah! We also have some of our schools from Charlemont, Apple Grove, Arlington, Princess Anne, all the way from Princess Anne, Centerville, Highlandtown, Holabird, Greenbelt, and Roland Park. All right, now that film was pretty awesome, wasn't it? So now I want to see what you learned. And remember, we're still doing education. We're still learning stuff today. So it's time to play another round of it. I want you to say it with me. And for those who just arrived, remember, when I say wheel, you yell wheel. When I yell out of, you yell out of. When I say fortress, I want to hear that word fortress as loud as you can. So we're going to play another round of wheel of fortress. See where it goes. Where are we going here? Ooh, film trivia. Good thing we just saw the movie. All right. Who defended the city of Baltimore during the War of 1812? Was it, okay, here we go. A, the United States Army, and just the United States Army. No help, nothing else. What do you think? No, okay, all right. All right, the United States Navy. Only the United States Navy and nobody else. What do you think? No? The citizens like North Worthington, only the townsfolk and nobody else. The military didn't help. Or was it everybody, all the above, the Army, the Navy, the citizens? Man, I think we might break the huzzah meter on that one. That's right, D, all the above. It took the Army, sailors, and citizens. All right, let's do the next question. What was the weather like during the Battle of Baltimore? All right, the weather. Back 200 years ago, was it snowing? Was it raining? Was it sunny? All right, yes, it was raining. You are right. But do we want it to rain today? No, we don't. We don't want to be that authentic. We want to be close. So this is close enough. All right. So how long? Okay, so they were talking about the American defenders in the fort, the British bombs and rockets. How long was the bombardment of Fort McHenry? Did the British bombard the fort for 25 hours? All right, some say yes, some say no. Was it 48 hours? If you say yes, 36 hours? No. 5 days? No, give me a break. We know it wasn't that long. All right, so we have a tie. It's 25 hours versus 48 hours. And even some of the ranger staff get confused on that. So all those who say 25 hours, say huzzah! Those who think it's 48 hours say huzzah. Huzzah! All right. Well, if you said 25, you were right. It was 25 hours. All right. So where did the original idea for the Star-Spangled Banner come from? It was from the commander of Fort McHenry back 200 years ago, George Armstead. And he said, I want to make a flag so large the British would have no difficulty seeing it from a distance. And we're really lucky to have Major George Armstead with us today. He's actually in the fort right behind me, and he's going to talk to us about what it was like to prepare for the Battle of Baltimore. So let's see, oh, there's George Armstead himself right there. Hello, George Armstead, Major Armstead.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, and how are you preparing the soldiers for the upcoming battle, sir?
Well, as the officer in charge, it's my duty to have all the defenses prepared. Fort McHenry has to hold so that the city of Baltimore is safe. We have over 1,000 soldiers here training every day, many of them on the great guns or the cannons, drilling for hours on end, non-stop. In addition to the artillerymen, we have over 600 U.S. infantrymen ready in the dry moat with their muskets to repel an invasion should the British attempt a landing.
So, Major, then, is it safe to say that all of the defenders are soldiers, then?
No, we have hundreds of sailors. Because of the British blockade, many of these American sailors are out of a job and cannot get to sea. So we formed them into special units called the United States Sea Fencibles, and those sailors are serving here side by side the Army soldiers.
Well, that word fencible is a new word on me. What's this fencible? What does that mean?
Fencible is a term that literally means home defender. There's another militia unit in Baltimore, the Baltimore Fencibles. These men are literally defending their homes from the desolation of war.
And so what are the other preparations that you have going on? How else are you defending this fort? What are you getting ready for?
Well, believe it or not, one of the most important preparations is food. Each man gets a ration or a meal each day. That's over 1,000 pounds of food every single day. So we're laying in food, ammunition, black powder, cannonballs. Food and ammunition are absolutely essential to success in a long fight.
So you mentioned you got the soldiers, you got the sailors, you got the food, you got the ammunition, you have the stuff. Is there anything else that you need, or is it all just tangible things?
Now, believe it or not, perhaps the most important thing is intangible, and that's inspiration. It's my job to inspire the troops to defend this fort. And I thought last year that perhaps the best way to do that was to get a new flag. And so I wrote to Major General Samuel Smith in Baltimore, and I said, it is my desire to have a flag so large that the British would have no difficulty seeing it from a distance. And I asked Mary Pickersgill, a local Baltimore flag maker, to construct this flag. And I think that great garrison flag will be the symbol to inspire the soldiers and sailors at Fort McHenry and the city of Baltimore, too.
Well, with Major George Armstead in charge, I have no doubt that we shall persevere in this fight. Let's have a big huzzah for Major George Armstead! Hip hip! Now you gotta get a little louder so he can hear it in the fort. Hip hip! Major?
Sir.
All right. Well, historically, Major George Armstead was the commander of the fort, but he had someone in charge of him, and that was General Sam Smith. And the same thing is kind of true 200 years later. You met my boss, Tina Capetta, who's in charge of Fort McHenry. But one of the generals, like a general in the National Park Service, but we call them different things. We call them deputy regional directors, and I'd like to introduce the deputy regional director for the whole Northeast region of the National Park Service, Gabe Aitzke.
Good morning, everyone. All right, come on, let's get the energy up here. Okay. So you all have just heard a bit from Major George Armstead about what the flag meant to him and to the troops that were here defending the fort during the Battle of Baltimore. I understand we've got a reporter out in the crowd here. Where is Markia?
Hello.
Hello. And what we thought we might do is ask you all for some of the things that the flag means to you. So, do we have our first respondent?
Yep. All right, so I'm here with students from Centerville Middle School, and so we're gonna go, and this is my friend Troy. So Troy, can you tell us why the flag is so important and what it means to you?
They have 15 stars and states all over there because it's about the American flag of the United States of America.
And why is it important to you?
The War of 1812.
Right, thank you. All right, and we're here with Samantha. Can you tell us why the flag is so important and what it means to you?
The flag is important because it is the symbol of freedom, and if we don't have the flag, then we don't have freedom, and then we have nothing, so.
Exactly, thank you. All right, Cullen, you're next. Tell us why the flag is important and what it means to you.
I think the flag is important because it shows change, how the flag has changed over the years as America has. And it's important to me because it also shows perseverance. And I think that we all need to persevere through everything that comes our way.
All right, thank you, Cullen, that's great. And Jalen, can you tell us why the flag's important and what it means to you?
The flag's important because it shows the different privileges we have as like Americans, and it's important to me because it shows hope. Like, you always have hope no matter what happens, and it kind of makes you feel like you can make a difference in the world like the people who fought for it.
All right, these are great answers. Thanks, Guy. I'm throwing it back to you.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody for taking the time to answer our questions. I hope you have a great day. I'm going to throw it back to Ranger Vince.
All right. Now, during the interview with Major George Armstead, he was talking about a woman named Mary Pickersgill. And she was from Baltimore, and she, along with her 13-year-old daughter, Caroline, and some help, made the Star-Spangled Banner flag that flew over Fort McHenry. So let's see if we can meet Mary Pickersgill. I'm really excited about this.
Hello, Ranger Vince.
Hello, Mary Pickersgill. Looks like you're one of the most famous flag makers around.
It seems that way, yes, Ranger Vince.
Now, when I talk to visitors from all over the country and I say historic American flags, everybody says Betsy Ross.
Of course.
But you're not Betsy Ross. What's up with that?
Of course not. Well, Betsy Ross, she lived in Philadelphia, and she is known as one of the people who made one of the first American flags, but that was over 30 years ago now with the American Revolution, and my girls and I made the flag that flew over the fort.
Great. What was it like to make that flag?
Oh, well, it took a long, long time. Let me tell you all about it. Well, Major Armistead said wanted two flags. He wanted a large 30 by 42 foot flag, and he wanted a smaller flag, a 17 by 25 foot flag. And so I worked with my daughter Caroline. I worked with a few of my nieces. I also worked with a servant. Her name was Grace Wisher, and we worked long hours. It was hot. It was very hard, and we worked 12 hours a day, so tiny little stitches, worked late into the night by candlelight, so it took a very long time, but we're very proud of our flag, Ranger Vince.
Very good. Let's have a big cheer for Mary Pickersgill. All right, it's time to play another round of, you guessed it, say it with me, Wheel of Fortress. Boom. Stars and stripes. All right. First question. What do the 15 stars and 15 stripes represent? All right. Is it A, the 30 people who sewed the flag? What do you say? No. B, the 15 stars in the night sky that you could see during the battle? No. Or C, the 15 states at the time the flag was adopted. You got it. It's C. Let's do another one from Stars and Stripes. What was the size of the original flag? Was it, let's see, A, 30 by 42 feet? Was it the size of a football field? No, that's too big. The size of a Post-it note? No, that's just 30 by 42 feet. All right. So talking about the defenders of the fort, we saw Major George Armistead, but let's go ahead and meet a soldier who's in the fort and see what it was like to actually be a regular soldier. So let's go ahead and meet Soldier Seth. Let's see if he's up there around there in the fort. All right. Looks like Soldier Seth is still getting his gear together. Well, you know how those soldiers are. It takes them a little bit of time to do that. So a lot of people ask questions. They say, well, wait a minute. You know, do the red, white, and blue really mean anything? And the answer is officially no. But over time, a lot of people say that the red stands for valor and like the blood shed in defense of the flag. The blue stands for loyalty, and the white stands for purity. These are symbols that were put into the flag representing the colors over time. So a lot of symbolism, a lot of tradition in the American flag. All right, so let's see if our soldier has his gear ready to go. Let's see if Soldier Seth is in that barracks. There he is, look at that. All right, hello, Soldier Seth.
Hi, Vince.
So you are, what's your name and rank, son?
I'm Private Seth Orcutt. I'm an enlisted man in the garrison here at Fort McHenry.
So we were talking about citizen soldiers, the guys that just joined up only for the battle, but I think you're a little bit more than that, aren't you?
No, I'm a regular. I'm a professional soldier. I come in and do this every day.
Every day of the week. So you're gonna, even when this war's over, you're gonna be in the Army.
I will be.
And so why did you join up?
Well, my recruiting sergeant told me I'd get $150 for signing on and $8 a day, which is more money than I'd seen in my whole life. And I was a little bored working on the farm, so I thought I'd sign on and get to wear this fancy uniform, which some guys said they wore, and it was the best part of the job.
So I see those white belts that look like a letter X. What are those about?
Well, one of these is to hold my bayonet, which goes at the end of my musket and almost turns it into a spear, and the other one holds gunpowder to prime it with.
So everything you used for your musket. Now, looks like I see some bunks or something behind you. Are you in the bedroom or something, or the barracks, or what's up?
Yeah, these barracks would have been everything for us. We would have slept in these barracks, 2 guys to each bunk. We would have cooked on the fireplace. We would have eaten at this table. And the way it's set up right now, these barracks would have been for 16 guys, 2 to each bed, 4 to a bunk, so it would have been cozy.
So what do you do every day?
Well, I get up at 6 in the morning. I'm inspected by my officer. I drill on the cannons. We get to put the flag up at 9, which is definitely the best part of the day. And we prepare to defend Baltimore.
Great. You gonna be ready for the British there, Seth?
We are. We have the cannons. We have the ammunition. We'll be ready.
Good man. I salute you, sir. Carry on. Thank you, Soldier Seth. Now, there's a lot of ways that we continue to remember those who served like that Private Seth. And one of the great organizations that help us is the National Society United States Daughters of 1812. The National Society United States Daughters of 1812, it's a nonprofit organization made of descendants of the patriots who served during the War of 1812. And here to tell us a little bit more about that organization is Ginger Apier. I like the feathers. I like the feathers.
Just for you, Ranger Vince.
I like the bling bling too. That's really cool.
Thank you, Ranger Vince. Do any of you belong to clubs at school? Maybe an art club, a glee club, something you really care about? Well, if you belong to a club, raise your hand. Any type of club. Let me see it out there. Yes, great. Well, our society is a lot like a club. People who have a family member that played a role in the War of 1812 care about keeping this part of our country's history alive. So they join our club or our society to do that. One of the reasons I care so much about the War of 1812 is because I had family members who defended our country during the war. My fourth great-grandfather, Thomas, lived 275 miles from another fort on the Chesapeake Bay, Fort Norfolk. When the British first started to attack our shores, he and his militia from Virginia walked 275 miles to Fort Norfolk to fight for our freedom. Remember that the United States of America had only been formed as a new country about 40 years earlier. So this sense of freedom was still very new, and citizens of the United States were passionate about keeping our country independent and free. My fourth great-grandfather left his horse, his children, and his wife behind when he went off to fight. He did this because he loved his country. One of the reasons that our society was created was to remember those who served and to help preserve historic sites like Fort McHenry that were a part of the War of 1812. With the same spirit that my fourth great-grandfather had when he fought to defend our country, we fight to keep these important national treasures safe for all to learn from and enjoy. In the late 1920s, the United States government wanted to tear down Fort McHenry. The General Society of the War of 1812 and the United States Daughters of 1812 petitioned Congress not to do this. And on September 12, 1928, Fort McHenry was dedicated as a national shrine. We are very proud that we helped to save the fort back then, and that tradition of preservation continues here today. We recently donated a cannon to Fort McHenry. Now, we know that we're not using cannons anymore to defend our city, but it's really exciting to see how a cannon works and learn about how they were used 200 years ago. So it is my great honor to officially donate this cannon from the United States Daughters of 1812 to Fort McHenry and the National Park Service here at the Living Flag Celebration.
Send better come back to you.
Thank you. Ranger Vince.
All right.
Thank you.
Ginger. Awesome. All right, we saw that cannons played a critical role in the Battle of Baltimore. And today, the firing of the fort's cannons is one of the most exciting parts of any visit to the fort. Are we ready to hear the cannons fire?
Thank you. Two minutes of...
Oh, you can cheer louder. Next.
Okay, here we go again. Woo!
Are we ready to hear the cannons fire? All right, let's look at Major Armstead, see if they're ready on that gun deck out there to fire those guns. Let's see where we're at. Okay, there we are. Major Armstead, are we ready to fire?
Of course, sir.
Very well, let us give the townsfolk a shot.
Just like during the Battle of Baltimore, we have our gun crews here ready to load and fire the piece. During the attack, 24, 18, and 36-pound solid shot were hurled downrange at the enemy. Lieutenant, load this piece. Teamwork was essential to moving these guns in. The ammunition would be brought up from the rear, the gunpowder loaded into the muzzle, then a solid 24-pound iron ball placed in the muzzle and rammed down as well.
There to go.
Now, during the battle, you can imagine in the rain and with the smoke, it was difficult to move this gun into battery. A 2.5-ton piece of iron and ash. You've got to be really strong to move that gun in. Finally, the last thing would be take a brass pick and insert it down the vent hole, and then take out a paper tube of ammunition, tear it open with the teeth, and then pour that gunpowder down the vent. Now we've got gunpowder on the top of the gun, all the way down to the main charge. In a minute, when you hear fire, you'll know to expect a loud explosion. The last command that would be given before the cannon would be fired would be clear.
Looks like they're ready to go.
Here we go.
Huzzah! And here comes the Fort McHenry Guard field music! Fort McHenry Guard, Fife and Drum Corps. Aye. Now remember, we heard Yankee Doodle earlier today, and so the Fort McHenry Fife and Drum Corps is playing it exactly as you would have heard it 200 years ago.
Keep playing. Keep playing. Cadence. You. Take the stage. Reform. President Canada for a circle.
Very well. I have a couple questions for you. Very good. Now you may say, a huzzah for the Fort McHenry Guard from Drum Corps! Now, just to clear up any confusion, they are Americans. They are dressed as American musicians, American soldiers from the War of 1812. It was common for the musicians to wear red because the rest of the American soldiers, like Armistead and Soldier Seth, wore blue. So these guys were the communications people, so they had to spot them very quickly. So that's why they wore red. So there were a few Americans who wore red during the War of 1812, and they were the musicians, the fifes and the drums.
Left, face. Forward, march. Halt. Left, face. Forward, march. Black follows right, march. Right, right.
All right.
Keep going.
Now, we saw the cannon fire outside that fort. But let's see what's going on inside the fort. I got another one of the Rangers there, Ranger Shannon. Hey, Ranger Shannon, how's it going?
Hey there, how you doing, Ranger Vince? It's going great here. Welcome to the parade ground here at Fort McHenry. Now, what we're going to be doing is honoring a military tradition that goes back over 200 years, but we're going to be raising that great garrison flag. So we're going to bring down the storm flag that's flying right above us, the 17 by 25. And we're going to raise up the great garrison flag just like they did that morning 200 years ago. So we have our defenders, our visitors, and our rangers going to raise this up for us. First, they're going to slowly bring down our storm flag, and then they're going to raise up this great garrison flag. So, Rangers, if you want to take over and start moving this.
Too cool for school. You can watch on the screen or you can watch over the fort. And remember, the old tradition is we stand up when the flag is raised. There you go.
And all right, guys, haul away. Haul away. Yeah, and if you're a visitor, you want to bring your own flag. If you want to come in here, you can raise it up this flagpole yourself, all the way 89 feet to the top of that pole. Here we go, just like they did back in 1814 to the tune of Yankee Doodle as the fifes and drums played. Those broad stripes and bright stars climbed to the top of the flagpole, and that Royal Navy could see it out there, and so could Francis Scott Key. As he saw these stars and stripes waving o'er the ramparts, just as we see them now, he began writing out that poem, The Defense of Fort McHenry, which we now know is the Star-Spangled Banner. So the stars and stripes we see flying today are just those you would have seen 200 years ago, made by Mary Pickersgill here in Baltimore in 1813, flying above the ramparts in 1814, and in 2014, still flying right over our heads in the parade ground right here at Fort McHenry. We have our students out there today who are going to form our living Star-Spangled Banner. They can come on up. We're going to have folks who can keep it flying here, wherever throughout the world.
Shannon, now are you guys ready to get this bicentennial celebration started? Yeah? All right. Are you ready to start making history? All right, it's time to start getting into positions to form the largest Star-Spangled Banner flag ever. Please welcome your guide for the next 2 hours, Kurt Gary.
Huzzah! Let me hear you. Huzzah! It doesn't sound like a very big crowd. Huzzah! All right. Now, if everybody will just be quiet for a moment, I got some very important instructions to give you. First of all, you think that is a big flag? The one we're about to make is 50 times larger. All right? And here's how we're going to do it. You were all seated in colored groups, and each one of those colored groups is going to fill up a section of the flag. We're going to call you by group. When we call you, you're going to follow your team leaders to the flag, single file. Do we all know how to go single file? Yeah, I know you've done it many, many times, and that's going to be the key to getting the flag done in a hurry today, is to stay in single file when you start your move. We're going to start today with the blue group. The blue group is going to make the canton and stars, and then we'll start with the pink group and move them, and then the purple and the yellow and the pink until the whole flag is done. All right, couple things to remember. When you get to the flag, you're going to be handed a poncho. It's going to look like this. It's either going to be red, white, or blue. When you get those ponchos, hold on to them. You'll be told when to put them on, and that's what's going to make the colors in the flag. Bob is going to give you final instructions. There'll be a photographer 300 feet in the air, and he's going to take pictures of the flag. So are you all ready? All right, flag team blue. You may go on the move. Everyone else stand steady and wait until you're told to move. Flag team blue is on the move. I see Pat has asked Pink. Pink, you're on the move. We're going to give blue just a few moments to get going. Orange and pink, you're on standby. You're going to be next. All right, blue is on the move. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, yellow and purple. Follow your leaders, single file. Yellow and purple, we're going to load you into the flag now. Flag team yellow, flag team purple, lead your people into the flag. Flag team orange, flag team orange. Move your people into the flag. All right, we got blue moving, we got yellow moving, we got purple moving. Stars are there. I think that means we need to open the gate for pink. Pink, are you ready to move? All right. In just a second, we're going to have your pathway ready. You're going to come right by me, right by the front of the stage, all the way to the top of the flag. All right, here comes the gate for pink, and open the gate. Pink, you can load into the flag. Single file. Remember everybody, single file as you enter the gate and go to the flag. Stay in single file. We'll see you with your ponchos on. Remember, you are making history today. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Ranger Vince.
Hey, this is awesome. Again, this is making history. This is something people are going to talk about for the next 100 years. And like us, today, we are in the right place at the right time. You know, during the bicentennial, right here at Fort McHenry. And what we want to do is talk about another person who was in the right place at the right time. Actually, the guy who's the reason we're all here today, and that is Francis Scott Key. So let's see if we can, where Francis Scott Key is, let's see if we can see him. Now, some of us just keep making the flag if that's what you're doing, but the rest of us, while we're waiting, let's see if we can find Francis Scott Key in the fort. Looking around there. There he is, look at that. He's got a spyglass like that. Hello, Francis Scott Key.
Hello, Ranger Vince.
All right, I guess I should call you Frank.
Oh, you can call me Frankie.
Very good. So where were you during the battle? Were you in the fort?
I was not in the fort, Ranger Vince. I was actually about 5 miles downriver.
So what were you doing down there?
I was asked to procure the release of Dr. Beans, a respected physician and my friend from President James Madison. And so I was negotiating Beans's release.
And you were doing that all by yourself, or did you have some help?
I did have some help. You know, I had a small crew as well as a gentleman as an agent of the War of Prisoner Exchange.
So were you successful? Did you get the doctor released?
Of course, we were very successful, and we even had a dinner with the High British Command, but we were informed that we would be detained until the attack on Baltimore was over, since we had witnessed the preparations for their assaults.
So you had a front row seat to the battle.
I did have a front row seat to the battle. I watched every shell from the moment they were fired until they fell at Fort McHenry. And that inspired me to write the bombs bursting in air as the rockets' red glare. It's a wonderful, wonderful moment.
Were you nervous during that whole thing?
Oh, very nervous, very nervous. We had trouble even seeing the flag at night due to the storm and to the smoke from all the ammunition and all the shells firing. But we heard the fighting back from our soldiers, and we knew that flag was still there.
So did you actually see the flag, or did you just figure out it was there?
Well, we saw the storm flag that was hung because I believe that large flag by Mary Pickersgill would have broken that flagpole. But when they raised it in the morning, we saw it bright and clear, and it inspired me to write the defense of Fort McHenry, which now is known as the Star-Spangled Banner.
Well, we all know about the song today, and I know you wrote it on a ship. My question to you is, how did it spread around? I mean, how did people find out about your song?
Well, I was lucky enough, my brother-in-law, Judge Nicholson, was able to get it sent to a printer and distributed, and within the hour, the poem and the song was all over Baltimore.
Wow, so I guess you could say by modern standards it went viral.
Yeah, I guess that's the new term.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you, Frank. I appreciate what you've written.
Oh, well, thank you so much, and it's a very exciting time to be here, and thank you for inviting me.
A big huzzah for Francis Scott Key! Hip hip! Huzzah! All right, an incredible song, our national anthem. And now I'd like to welcome back the superintendent of Fort McHenry, Tina Capetta.
Take the book.
Thanks, Ranger Vince, and hello, everyone. For those of you who have recently arrived or just joined us online, we're here to commemorate the bicentennial of the Battle of Baltimore during the War of 1812 and the 200th anniversary of the writing of the Star-Spangled Banner, our national anthem. 100 years ago, in 1914, the citizens of Baltimore celebrated the Star-Spangled Centennial. It was a wonderful time here in the city and at the fort. A huge parade wound its way through Baltimore City and into downtown. And just like you're doing here today, A living Star-Spangled Banner flag was created to commemorate the 100 years since the Battle of Baltimore. More than 6,000 students came to the fort by trolley, steamship, and on horseback and on foot to mark this historic occasion. There was an article about the centennial in the Baltimore Sun 100 years ago on September 8th, 1914. A very wise journalist wrote about it and also what he thought it would be like to celebrate the bicentennial in 2014. That journalist wrote in 1914, if the crowds that fill our streets this week could return to the next Star-Spangled Banner centennial, their amazement would probably be even greater than would be that of the old defenders today. He knew that progress had been happening quickly in the 100 years since the Battle of Baltimore in 1814, and that the pace of progress would accelerate during the next 100 years. He talked about what his hopes would be like in 2014. He said it is likely that the most signal advance which the world will make in the next century would be moral and intellectual in character. In other words, the man who wrote that article in 1914 had hoped that for the future that he thought that we would have a better ability to care for each other. He thought that we would make that a priority in the next 100 years. I think that journalist would be really thrilled to see how far we've come in 100 years, how many advancements we've made in science and in technology and medicine. I wonder if he ever imagined space exploration. In fact, we have a very special message for you today from the International Space Station. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Baltimore native and NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman aboard the International Space Station. As a Navy commander and a proud American, I am honored to greet you during the commemoration of the 200th anniversary of the Star-Spangled Banner. This song represents the courage of our nation and the strength of our flag. I get chills every time I see the stars and stripes flying high, and few have flown higher than this one behind me. It launched aboard the first space shuttle in 1981 and is with us now on the space station. Today I stand with you as we pay tribute to Francis Scott Key, whose words and lyrics ring as true now as they did in 1814. May we always walk the path of freedom in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
You can have
It's my privilege and honor to introduce some of the finest sailors of the United States Navy, some precision drill, and we're going to see right now the United States Navy Drill Team. Right now it looks like a living...
Hey, avancez! Avancez! Hey, now! Come on! Avancez!
A big hand for the United States Navy drill team. So as we prepare to commemorate the bicentennial, let's take one more moment to look back at what the centennial celebration was like. Let's remember where we've come from as we prepare for where we're going.
All right, so I'm here with some of my friends from Thomas Johnson Elementary Middle School, and they're going to tell you what they think life is going to be like in 2114. All right, so tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
I'm David Crow, and I think it will be a better community and better technology and use different kind of things for vehicles and transportations.
All right, thank you, and tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like.
I'm Mariah Godfrey, and I think there's going to be like more advanced technology and like more shelters and just like a better community.
Tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
My name is Fatima Diallo, and I go to Thomas Johnson Elementary Middle School, and I think there will be more shelters, more fun jobs, or more advice at technology that will be, I don't know how you say it.
All right, thank you. Tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
My name is Mariama, and I'm from Thomas Johnson Elementary Middle School, and I think there will be more technology, transportation, a better community. People will be living really good lives, and like more jobs. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
I'm Jeremy. I'm the go to Thomas Johnson. And I believe that in 2114 that the technology is going to be very advanced because of the technology we have today is just one more step into becoming more upgraded and advanced.
All right, thank you. All right. These guys think life is going to be great in 2114, and I'm sending it back to you. All right, so I'm here with some of my friends from Morrow Park, and they're going to tell us what they think life is going to be like in 2114. All right, tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
My name is Jamia, and I think that life from 2114 will be awesome because it's different from now.
All right, thank you. Tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
My name's Amaya, and what I think from I don't know how to say it, but I think it's going to be different from now. Like, it's going to probably be more things to explore about.
All right, thank you. Tell us what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
My name is Desiree, and I think it'll be like a lot different. And
tell us how it's going to be different.
It's going to like,
All right, thank you. Tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 2114.
My name is Skylar, and I think everything is going to be electronic, and I think it's going to be awesome.
All right, thank you, Skylar. All right, so we'll be back to you soon with more interviews. All right, so I'm here with my friends from Pleasant Plains Elementary School, and they're going to tell us what their favorite part of the day has been thus far. All right, so tell us your name and what your favorite part of the day has been.
My name is Nora, and my favorite part of the day is just coming here, seeing the giant American flag.
All right, thank you, Nora. Tell us what your favorite part of the day is and your name.
Well, my name is Trista, and my favorite part of the day is just getting to see the flag and watching everybody get together and trying to make it. So that was fun. So.
All right, thank you. Tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
My name is Malia, and my favorite part of the day is when we came here to make the flag. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, tell us your name and what your favorite part of the day was.
My name is DJ, and the favorite part of my day was when I got to see the soldiers, and I got to see the flag, and I got to see other classes making the flag and being on the news. That's fun.
All right, thanks, guys. I hope you continue to have fun. All right, we'll be right back with you with some more interviews. See you later. All right, so I'm here with some of my friends from Woodson Elementary School, and they're here to tell you what their favorite part of the day was. All right, tell us your name and what your favorite part of the day was.
Today, my name is Jemiah Coppage, and my favorite day was when we all were like eating and stuff, and when we were getting our jackets and staying in line.
All right, thank you. Tell us your name and what your favorite part of the day was.
My name is Cassie, and my favorite part of the day was when we got our vests and when we sat down.
All right, that sounds like a good thing. Tell us what your name is and your favorite part of the day so far.
My name is Rogelio, and the favorite time of the day was when we got our ponchos and we were going to make the flag today.
All right, tell us what your name is and what your favorite part of the day has been so far.
My name is Daniel Lake, and my favorite part of the day was putting on the ponchos.
All right, tell us your name and what your favorite part of the day has been.
My name is Eduardo. My favorite part was putting on the ponchos.
All right, thank you guys so much. All right, we're going to get more kids to tell you what their favorite part of the day has been. Thank you.
The Living Flag celebration continues live from the Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine in Baltimore, Maryland. And now it's time for another Star-Spangled Story. Earlier today, we had a chance to hear from the commander of Fort McHenry explain why she asked Mary Piskel to make the original Star-Spangled Banner flag. And now, from inside the fort, here's Major George Armistead.
Good morning, sir. Yes, and how are you preparing the soldiers for the upcoming battle, sir? Well, as the officer in charge, it's my duty to have all the defenses prepared. Fort McHenry has to hold so that the city of Baltimore is safe. We have over 1,000 soldiers here training every day, many of them on the great guns or the cannons, drilling for hours on end, non-stop. In addition to the artillerymen, we have over 600 U.S. infantrymen ready in the dry moat with their muskets to repel an invasion should the British attempt a landing.
So, Major, then, is it safe to say that all of the defenders are soldiers, then?
No, we have hundreds of sailors. Because of the British blockade, many of these American sailors are out of a job and cannot get to sea. So we formed them into special units called the United States Sea Fencibles, and those sailors are serving here side by side the Army soldiers.
Well, that word fencible is a new word on me. What's this fencible? What does that mean?
Fencible is a term that literally means home defender. There's another militia unit in Baltimore, the Baltimore Fencibles. These men are literally defending their homes from the desolation of war.
And so what are the other preparations that you have going on? How else are you defending this fort? What are you getting ready for?
Well, believe it or not, one of the most important preparations is food. Each man gets a ration or a meal each day. That's over 1,000 pounds of food every single day. So we're laying in food, ammunition, black powder, cannonballs. Food and ammunition are absolutely essential to success in a long fight.
So you mentioned you got the soldiers, you got the sailors, you got the food, you got the ammunition, you have the stuff. Is there anything else that you need, or is it all just tangible things?
Now, believe it or not, perhaps the most important thing is intangible, and that's inspiration. It's my job to inspire the troops to defend this fort. And I thought last year that perhaps the best way to do that was to get a new flag. And so I wrote to Major General Samuel Smith in Baltimore, and I said, it is my desire to have a flag so large that the British would have no difficulty seeing it from a distance. And I asked Mary Pickersgill, a local Baltimore flag maker, to construct this flag. And I think that great garrison flag will be the symbol to inspire the soldiers and sailors at Fort McHenry and the city of Baltimore, too.
Well, with Major George Armstead in charge, I have no doubt that we shall persevere in this fight. Let's have a big huzzah for Major George Armstead! Hip hip! Now you gotta get a little louder so he can hear it in the fort. Hip hip!
All right, so I'm here with my friends from Leeds Elementary School from Cecil County, and they want to tell us what their favorite part of the day has been so far. So tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
My name is Samantha, and my favorite part of the day was getting to come here.
All right, thank you, Samantha. Tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
My name is Abe Bakir, and my favorite part of the day was coming here to see all the soldiers.
What's your name and your favorite part of the day?
My name is Caleb Pratt. My favorite part of the day was being on the bus and being with my friends.
All right, what's your name and your favorite part of the day so far?
My name is William Paulette, and I liked coming here to form the flag.
All right, and what's your name and your favorite part of the day?
My name is Brian Mild, and my favorite part of the day is riding here with all of my friends.
All right, thank you guys. Great answers. We'll be right back with you for more highlights of today. All right, hi guys, it's Markia Washington here, and I'm here with students from Eldersburg Elementary Middle School, and they're going to tell us what they think life is going to be like in 2114. All right, guys, so tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Kirti, and I think that life would be like the cars will have more speed, and maybe like there'll be like less farms and like more chemicals and everything, and like all this different technology and everything like that.
All right, thank you. All right, tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Charlie, and I think that in 100 years that life is going to be where there's more flying cars and that they develop cures for medical diseases.
All right, thank you. Tell us what your name is and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
I'm Stephanie, and they're probably going to have more advanced technology and have more inventions.
All right, thank you. Your name and what you think life is going to be like.
Hi, my name is Juliana, and I think that there's going to be more technology and electronic devices and more cures for like cancer and Alzheimer's disease and stuff.
Sounds like a plan. All right, tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
Hi, my name's Cayenne. I think they'll have like an iPhone 26 and that they'll come up with more cures for different diseases and cancers and stuff like that.
All right, thank you guys. These guys have great ideas for the future. They are our future. All right, we're going to have more highlights for you coming up next. Thank you.
The Living Flag celebration continues live from the Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine here in Baltimore, Maryland. And now it's time for another Star-Spangled Story. Just a short while ago, we had a chance to talk with Mary Pickergill and ask her what it was like to make the original Star-Spangled Banner flag. Let's take another look back at this historic interview.
Hello, Mary Pickersgill. Looks like you're one of the most famous flag makers around.
It seems that way, yes, Ranger Vince.
Now, when I talk to visitors from all over the country and I say historic American flags, everybody says Betsy Ross.
Of course.
But you're not Betsy Ross. What's up with that?
Of course not. Well, Betsy Ross, she lived in Philadelphia, and she is known as one of the people who made one of the first American flags, but that was over 30 years ago now with the American Revolution, and my girls and I made the flag that flew over the fort.
Great. What was it like to make that flag?
Oh, well, it took a long, long time. Let me tell you all about it. Well, Major Armistead said wanted 2 flags. He wanted a large 30 by 42 foot flag, and he wanted a smaller flag, a 17 by 25 foot flag. And so I worked with my daughter Caroline. I worked with a few of my nieces. I also worked with a servant. Her name was Grace Wisher, and we worked long hours. It was hot. It was very hard, and we worked 12 hours a day, so tiny little stitches, worked late into the night by candlelight, so it took a very long time, but we're very proud of our flag, Ranger Vince.
Very good. Let's have a big cheer for Mary Pickersgill!
And the Living Flag celebration continues live from Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine here in Baltimore, Maryland. Earlier today, we had a chance to talk with Soldier Seth, a soldier from the fort in 1814, as he were preparing for the Battle of Baltimore. Let's take a look at his star-spangled story.
Hello, Soldier Seth.
Hi, Vince.
So, you are, what's your name and rank, son?
I'm Private Seth Orcutt. I'm an enlisted man in the garrison here at Fort McHenry.
So we were talking about citizen soldiers, the guys that just joined up only for the battle, but I think you're a little bit more than that, aren't you?
No, I'm a regular. I'm a professional soldier. I come in and do this every day.
Every day of the week, so you're gonna, even when this war's over, you're gonna be in the Army.
I will be.
And so why did you join up?
Well, my recruiting sergeant told me I'd get $150 for signing on and $8 a day, which is more money than I'd seen in my whole life. And I was a little bored working on the farm, so I thought I'd sign on and get to wear this fancy uniform, which some guys said they wore, and it was the best part of the job.
So I see those white belts that look like a letter X. What are those about?
Well, one of these is to hold my bayonet, which goes at the end of my musket and almost turns it into a spear, and the other one holds gunpowder to prime it with.
So everything you used for your musket. Now, looks like I see some bunks or something behind you. Are you in the bedroom or something, or the barracks, or what's up?
Yeah, these barracks would have been everything for us. We would have slept in these barracks, 2 guys to each bunk. We would have cooked on the fireplace. We would have eaten at this table. And the way it's set up right now, these barracks would have been for 16 guys. 2 to each bed, 4 to a bunk, so it would have been cozy.
So what do you do every day?
Well, I get up at 6 in the morning. I'm inspected by my officer. I drill on the cannons. We get to put the flag up at 9, which is definitely the best part of the day. And we prepare to defend Baltimore.
Great. You gonna be ready for the British there, Seth?
We are. We have the cannons. We have the ammunition. We'll be ready.
Good man. I salute you, sir. Carry on.
All right, so I'm here with my friends from Crater Rock Elementary School, and they're going to tell you what their favorite part of the day has been so far. All right, so tell us your name and what your favorite part of the day has been.
My name's Gabby, and my favorite part of the day was this that's happening right now.
All right, tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
My name is Marissa, and I like what's happening right now, and I can't wait to see the picture.
All right, tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
My name is Fatu, and my favorite part of the day was making the living flag.
Tell us your name and your favorite part of the day so far.
My name is Adam, and my favorite part was getting to wear these and making the flag.
Tell us what your name is and your favorite part of the day.
My name is Erin, and I agree with Gabby. This right now is my favorite part.
All right, it seems like these guys are having a great day. We'll be right back with you with more interviews. All right, so I'm here with my friends from Patterson Park Public Charter School, and they're going to tell us what they think life is going to be like in 2114. All right, tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Sydney, and I think life is going to be like in 100 years from now. I think we are going to have way better technology, and I think people may be able to live longer.
All right, thank you, CJ. Tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Daniela, and I think it's going to be like a whole different experience for other people. Like since like they might have problems with their family, and then the problems might change, and like other stuff might come to be from there.
All right, tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Nicholas, and I think they're going to make a cure for asthma, and we're going to have better technology.
Thank you, Nicholas. All right, tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Jody, and I think we will have helping robots, and there's going to be a cure for cancer, and the robots are going to make Armageddon, and we defeat them for one more war.
All right, thank you, Jody. These kids seem to have some great ideas about our future. We'll be right back with you.
The Living Flag celebration continues live from Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine here in Baltimore, Maryland. Earlier today, Ginger Apiar, President, National United States Daughters of 1812, spoke to thousands of students from the Maryland schools as they prepared to create the largest living Star-Spangled Flag in history. Let's listen in.
Do any of you belong to clubs at school? Maybe an art club, a glee club? Something you really care about? Well, if you belong to a club, raise your hand. Any type of club. Let me see it out there. Yes, great. Well, our society is a lot like a club. People who have a family member that played a role in the War of 1812 care about keeping this part of our country's history alive. So they join our club or our society to do that. One of the reasons I care so much about the War of 1812 is because I had family members who defended our country during the war. My fourth great-grandfather, Thomas, lived 275 miles from another fort on the Chesapeake Bay, Fort Norfolk. When the British first started to attack our shores, he and his militia from Virginia walked 275 miles to Fort Norfolk to fight for our freedom. Remember that the United States of America had only been formed as a new country about 40 years earlier. So this sense of freedom was still very new, and citizens of the United States were passionate about keeping our country independent and free. My fourth great-grandfather left his horse, his children, and his wife behind when he went off to fight. He did this because he loved his country. One of the reasons that our society was created was to remember those who served and to help preserve historic sites like Fort McHenry that were a part of the War of 1812. With the same spirit that my fourth great-grandfather had when he fought to defend our country, we fight to keep these important national treasures safe for all to learn from and enjoy. In the late 1920s, the United States government wanted to tear down Fort McHenry. The General Society of the War of 1812 and the United States Daughters of 1812 petitioned Congress not to do this. And on September 12, 1928, Fort McHenry was dedicated as a national shrine. We are very proud that we helped to save the fort back then, and that tradition of preservation continues here today. We recently donated a cannon to Fort McHenry. Now, we know that we're not using cannons anymore to defend our city, but it's really exciting to see how a cannon works and learn about how they were used 200 years ago. So it is my great honor to officially donate this cannon from the United States Daughters of 1812 to Fort McHenry and the National Park Service here at the Living Flag celebration.
All right, I'm here with my friends from Grove Park Elementary Middle School, and they're going to tell you one or two things they learned today. All right, so tell us your name and what you learned today.
My name is Siegfried Reed. I learned about the British was capturing the USA soldiers and making them fight for the French war.
All right, can you tell us your name and what you learned today?
My name is Christopher Manful, and I learned that the USA was trading with France and Britain and the British, and then the British got mad at us because we were trading with France.
All right, tell us your name and what you learned today.
My name is Mark Lee, and I learned that Francis Scott Key wrote the national anthem.
All right, tell us your name and what you learned today.
My name is Shayla, and I learned how life was like back in 1812.
All right, tell us your name and what you learned today.
My name is Lauren, and today I learned when the Star Spangled Banner was wrote.
All right, thank you guys. Seems like this has been an education-full day. We'll be right back with you with more highlights. All right, guys, I'm here with some friends from Forest Ridge Elementary School, and they want to tell you what they think life is going to be like in 100 years. All right, so tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Ella, and I think there's going to be like robots everywhere, and there's going to be new technology.
All right, tell us your name and what you think life is going to be like in 100 years.
My name is Marley, and I think that there's going to be robots serving us, and that the computers and everything are going to be more high-tech.
All right, tell us your name and what you think life will be like in 100 years.
My name is McKenna, and I think that in 100 years, there'll probably be like lots of robots that do your every command, and there will be a lot more cures for diseases.
Good. All right, tell us your name and what you think life will be like in 100 years.
My name is Antar, and I think there's going to be different type of cars and different type of money.
All right, tell us your name and what you think life will be like in 100 years.
My name is Noah, and I think life would be like, everything would be like technology and high tech.
All right, tell us your name and what you think life will be like in 100 years.
My name's Kyle, and I think that life in 100 years will be mostly about technology, and technology will be more advanced.
All right, thank you guys. These were great answers. Everybody seems to think our future is going to be pretty bright, and I agree. We'll be right back to you with more highlights.
The Living Flag celebration continues live from the Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine here in Baltimore, Maryland. Early today, we had the chance to speak with Francis Scott Key about his experience during the Battle of Baltimore and what it was like to watch the fort come under attack as he watched from the deck of a British warship. Let's take a look.
Hello, Ranger Vince.
All right, I guess I should call you Frank.
Oh, you can call me Frankie.
Very good. So where were you during the battle? Were you in the fort?
I was not in the fort, Ranger Vince. I was actually about 5 miles downriver.
So what were you doing down there?
I was asked to procure the release of Dr. Beans, a respected physician and my friend, from President James Madison. And so I was negotiating Beans' release.
And you were doing that all by yourself, or did you have some help?
I did have some help. You know, I had a small crew as well as a gentleman as an agent of the War of Prisoner Exchange.
So were you successful? Did you get the doctor released?
Of course, we were very successful, and we even had a dinner with the High British Command, but we were informed that we would be detained until the attack on Baltimore was over, since we had witnessed the preparations for their assaults.
So you had a front row seat to the battle?
I did have a front row seat to the battle. I watched every shell from the moment they were fired until they fell at Fort McHenry. And that inspired me to write the bombs bursting in air as the rockets' red glare. It's a wonderful, wonderful moment.
Were you nervous during that whole thing?
Oh, very nervous, very nervous. We had trouble even seeing the flag at night due to the storm and to the smoke from all the ammunition and all the shells firing. But we heard the fighting back from our soldiers, and we knew that flag was still there.
So did you actually see the flag, or did you just figure out it was there?
Well, we saw the storm flag that was hung because I believe that large flag by Mary Pickersgill would have broken that flagpole. But when they raised it in the morning, we saw it bright and clear, and it inspired me to write the defense of Fort McHenry, which now is known as the Star-Spangled Banner.
Well, we all know about the song today, and I know you wrote it on a ship. My question to you is, how did it spread around? I mean, how did people find out about your song?
Well, I was lucky enough, my brother-in-law, Judge Nicholson, was able to get it sent to a printer and distributed. And within the hour, the poem and the song was all over Baltimore.
Wow. So I guess you could say by modern standards it went viral.
Yeah, I guess that's the new term.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you, Frank. I appreciate what you've written.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And it's a very exciting time to be here, and thank you for inviting me.
A big huzzah for Francis Scott Key! Hip, hip! Huzzah!
All right, I'm here with more of my friends from Forest Ridge Elementary School, and they're going to tell you what their favorite part of the day has been so far. All right, tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
My name is Rania, and my favorite part of the day is when the cannon shot, because it was really exciting to hear a real one.
All right, tell us your name and your favorite part of the day so far.
My name is Lauren, and my favorite part of the day was to see the big flag rise, because it was huge and it was so cool.
All right, tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
My name's Layla, and my favorite part of the day was getting the ponchos and making the flag.
All right, tell us your name and your favorite part of the day so far.
My name is Johanna, and my favorite part of the day was making the flag.
All right, tell us your name and your favorite part of the day.
Hello, my name is Sam, and my favorite part of the day was when we sat down and relaxed to eat.
All right, tell us your favorite part of the day and your name.
My name is Naomi, and my favorite part of the day is every part of it.
All right, seems like these guys have had a fun-filled day. All right, we're really excited to finish making this flag. We'll be right back with you.